Alright, here we are. I had to go and move back over here so there would be some music playing for the start screen. But yeah, so we are back. I was originally going to be streaming a lot later than today or than right now, but my my brother basically didn't get the stuff installed that he needed to for what we were going to do. So yeah. So the final days are now like literally like happening because whatever they are, Zodiac had been keeping them sealed, and Zodiac has now been destroyed. So we're now at what seems to be some kind of ship, something like that. It's probably the spaceship from the cover, and trying to figure out what the heck is up with that. So yeah. I feel like this is a voice cutscene.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Where are they? What are they even? Oh, something's waking up. Ooh, it's a bunny. Please tell me they will be Beast Tribes. We get literal bunny boys. This is what the Viera are, right? Just playing the fanfare over release the bunny boys. You sleepy. Oh. They were all wearing turbans. Or you the bunny leader?
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more.
Did Hydaelyn directly make these bunnies?
As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends!
Oh boy.
We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris.
Oh boy.
Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
I'm just imagining Hydaelyn being like, I need to go and create protectors and pilots for my moon station since its technology won't be understood by people. I know. Adorable bunnies.
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
This is what people think Lalafels are like.
Perhaps.
Helping hands. Thancred, what are your thoughts right now? There's something going through your head. I find your Andrea's reasoning somewhat flimsy, but the crew seem amicable enough. Given the present crisis, Hydaelyn doubtlessly sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passengers. Indeed, 'twould require a heart as hard as diamond to raise one's voice in anger to being possessed with such profound saccharinity. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he is still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. These must be the Luperites mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not all what I expected, but the Watchers did bid us heed their counsel. I assume that the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let's be about it. Oh boy. This is certainly a very glorious day. We got a trading way. Saw all this fun the traders on Ithris were getting up to, and I thought of myself, hey, I could do that. So here I am, eagerly awaiting your patronage and bicolored gemstones. Ah, boy. They of the crew, not me, I'm afraid. Singing ways is the name. I'm in charge of the construction of maintenance and atmospheric circulation systems. Only the crispiest, cleanest air for the people of Etheris, and that's a promise. Okay. I feel like I need to drop down from up there to get to where Fighting Way is. I feel like I recognize these kind of like moon bunnies from previous Final Fantasies. I just don't know which one is the thing. Because my knowledge of like older Final Fantasies aren't exactly amazing. Dancing Way. I heard that your kind hop about when they hear music. Is that true? Can you turn it off? Oh boy. I've decided to form a fellowship of protectors to escort people as they arrive, so relax. You and yours are in safe paws. Very, very safe paws. Violin, do you see all this? Hey, Stella. Such fascinating apparatus, though it's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there is nothing else here to suggest other types of accommodations. So is getting all the food and whatnot stuff like prepared basically what the Charlans are supposed to be doing? Like their whole like what they saw in the etheric sea made them be like, we need to prepare for this rabbit ship. What do you think of our clothes? I'll have you know I mastered behind its design. Yeah, very nice. Alright, dozing Loport. Neither no. Sleeping ways. My job is. Perhaps I'd better ask. Well, there he goes. Your name is just like the dwarf Sweepy. Okay. Boo, boo, boo. I wonder if we end up leaving, like, Heidelin, or like, there's the or Aorta or wherever, by the planet by the end of this. If like these places are used to like visit the old, like, you know, the old world. Boosting way. It's a pleasure to find me. Well, one of you, miss. I was just preparing this and that for when your kind arrives, so you can feel at home. There's more of them in storage, too. Recording way. Oh my, but isn't this exciting? I've never seen one of your kind up close before. Would you mind if I take some measurements of your body? Just for reference, of course. You can't get my measurements. It's illegal. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Take me to there. Were you looking? I can make the noise too. What was that supposed to be? Your humming, if one can even call it that, is atrociously off key. It sounds more like this. As leader of the Loporits, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being the magnanimous sort of I am, I'll forgive you this once. Well, well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it? Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. Okay. If you could run along back and find the path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's large, a glowing ball at the center if you find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Oh boy. Well done, back to the upper floor as it is. All the way up. We'll have to go up the flight of stairs and then just kind of make our way around to the platform. It's a long way back up. I'm really curious what our next sort of stage of story is going to be about, considering, you know, like, are we establishing, like, we need to just grab people and go, or we're gonna try and solve things, or what?
Right, of course. Introductions are in order.
Alright.
My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw.
Oh boy.
Livingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Honestly, yeah, I get that.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
We're not children, though.
Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Atheris, your home, and the moon.
Full-on
where we
star
are now.
chart.
Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
That, and you just can't
So
fix
too
it?
hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
But how many people can we save, let alone be willing to
And
leave
this
their
moon will
homes?
serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star.
Do you have one in mind?
Easier said than done, admittedly. For one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need
But
to
isn't this
shower us
also
with
giving up
praise.
in a way?
All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation.
14 just turns into a sci-fi
Moreover,
game.
the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
Charlian.
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Hydaelyn herself led you here.
Yep.
You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot
Like you can
people.
talk? You're even smaller than we are.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! So Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
All of our beds are now like way too big.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
How old was this book?
I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
It is. Uh-oh. There they go.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale.
At least we can fit more people than they expected.
All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Yeah. They're like, you drink lava, right? That's a thing you do, isn't it? We're just sort of like, There we go. With the final days fast approaching, Living Way is keen to complete her preparations. Right then, now that you're here, we need to teach you. We need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be any long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it's imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there's anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at the Best Way Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. Ahem. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with the food stuff? Meet me at the Curatorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. She is not one for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetherius rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more about Leporitus and this vessel. Oh boy. What kind of fresh mess is this going to be? Nothing way. We're all going to die someday, so what if it happens a little sooner? Ooh, boy. I was not expecting that one. Oh. This is so pretty. They're one of my friends. You guys take care. Those two were a married couple that I'm friends with. So took me a second to realize that they were both riding on the marriage group. Why do you have enemy robot commanders in here? Cooking way. You You're a lot smaller than we expected, but I trust you will have large appetites, yes? Welcome to the Curatorium! Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. And let me introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way, pleased to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy, balanced diet from the reference material we've received. Why, I practically worn the words from those individual pages. Naturally, we've all considered the ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. If you insist, I insist you try some. We have some fresh stock freshly prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along to the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Alright. Well. What is this going to be? Are these all little homes? They're all carrots. You open the door storage unit to find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. I built philosopher's carrots. No, iron carrots first. We won't get far without bulging. The ominous crimson carrot. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belies its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Yes. On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it is safe to eat first. Aww. You don't want to lose the Warrior of Light to food poisoning? Probably a safe bet, all things considered. So, did any of the sections set your mouth watering? Yeah. Fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Even Vera would like to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot, that or be offended by all those who assumed that they would. Fair. Oh my goodness, I can't believe they put a Vieira joke there. Oh my goodness. Koji Fox, you madman. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. The newfound vigor begins swelling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests that it is simply indigestion. Suddenly, your face full of vim and vigor. Woo! I don't know what that does, but hey. What do you think? Anything unlike anything you've ever tasted? Iron Cat can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it a perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help us sleep. So you see, we have carrots for every occasion. Carrots are excellent, but what if I don't like carrots? I can clearly see demand for this in Charlan. What if I don't like carrots? What if I'm a picky eater? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? Yeah. That's basically the gist of it. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Aetherius? Surely you are aware we have abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss for where to begin. So we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what more efficient than sinking your teeth into the carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we are all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language: adverbs, gerunds, present continuous, verb conjugations, just the basics. Yo, they're gonna actually my. Can you like edit my book, please, Cooking Way? I feel like you might do a better job at me. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, you will want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyways. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetherius as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear that there is naught but carrots on the menu. Oh boy. Charlene, please save us from our rabbit menu. I don't want to turn into a Vieira. Living Way is eager to show you more of the moon's wonders. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. So, your clothes are going to be too big if they're anything like the Amertine stuff. So, I feel as if this is going to be a bit wonky. Come on, map. 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 Come on. There we go. These things are so cute if they weren't trying to kill me. Alright. What next fresh abomination are we gonna deal with? I'm curious. Are these... Yeah, these are just growing more carrots. I mean, it's not like they don't have the facilities to go and produce other food. It's just this is what they have. I feel it wouldn't be too terrible to go and get a change for the menu. Ramp. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ a more traditional method for the task, creation magics. Hylian in her infinite wisdom blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. They have creation magic, something that we can't do anymore. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra vis we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word if you can simply try on our outfits? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. You give me dragoon clothes? Although I feel like you're gonna give me like like I feel like this is where we're gonna get our artifact armor at 80 or 90 rather. Come on, let's go, Godzilla Dragon. Sorry, Mecha Godzilla Dragon. I got that. I gotta get it right. Restless Loporot. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Aetherius. Goodness me, mapping away. Wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? For this is my bloodless something fashionable and refined ensemble. Fashionable, right. Ahem, this will only take a moment. Huh. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit if I do say so myself. I'll be honest, I know nothing of fashion, let alone fashion on the theories. But I'd wager no one down there has ever worn anything like this fine ensemble before. Perhaps you could start a new trend. I actually don't mind the mask, but would you look at that? Speechless. And there I thought you might not like it. If you mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. Must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You would change back and move too far away. Look for your map for the garment changer effect. Oh boy. Honestly, I half expected for me to them to like change my spear too. This is basically like the top part, or like the main part of this is very much ARR outclothing. No one said you'd be coming, how can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Of course, it would be my honor. Do you have anything in mind? I'm looking for clothes with an alternate, get something with a little more, flair? I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. We just need to give them, like, a fashion catalog. You're getting closer. Some of my best work yet. Times and tastes truly have changed, but it used to be so rare for anyone to request clothes with a focus on form over function. Thankfully, I had a spare concept for robes that made using a different fabric. I think it looks rather fetching. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Would you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. Oh boy. I'm not opposed to these gloves, to be perfectly honest. They're not bad. Again, I think my biggest problem is just the robe itself. Or dress. Hard to say. It may as well be a burlap sap, to be honest. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh, you needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon when we upwards in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations. Please let me see them in, like, gaudy outfits. Oh my goodness. It's like amazing ARR glamour in like the worst way, and everyone's wearing like a half Emertine mask. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all their concepts ere we return. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. He loves it! Yo, Oriange's found his new department store. He's found his new, like, shopping district. He's just gonna go and dress to impress. Verily, have thine seen my new drip? It is most becoming. Do you not agree? I think it's past time we turn these clothes. What? We need Tataru. Come to the moon, Tataru. Since you're in the clear, you're not Zodiark anymore. We've confirmed it, since Zodiark is dead. I was so confident our garments would meet your approval. Whatever are we going to do? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Etheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we're not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. But there are also those whose choices may be influenced by tradition or personal experience. Rather than to make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we've memorized every tone we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and fripperies, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, but even when they know they shouldn't. As one of such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? No, not that I'm aware of. So we'd have to abandon everyone. Lena, Reen, all of our, all of our, our buddies in the first and Untold's people and the other reflections. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people of on that star, and that star alone have ever been our aim. Surely it is better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living way, might we have leave to explore the best way burrows unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. This isn't a good solution. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to, but there was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Ever the pursuer of knowledge, Urianger. I am concerned, though. Hey there, little buddy. You okay? Something the matter? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear that we've made a mess of things. But wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleport near the entrance. Oh, and there's a name, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Alright. I really do hope we can find a better solution. I feel like... it just doesn't feel like we have a clear answer for like what would be the best course of action. Because no matter what we do, we're abandoning people. You're finally here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. What should I call you? Echo Stray. Echo Stray, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Echo, we'll be using this teleport into the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Alright. Yo, housing, let's go. Oh, wait, probably not.
Ready in the teleporter.
Was not expecting that voice. Is this where that, like, farm thing? What? It didn't work.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it?
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Uh... I think you may have lost one of us. Okay, I'm just up here.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously.
Oh no.
Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Urianger, you're too gentle.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
Yeah.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand?
Is it Charlene?
Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
Because everyone loves you, Urianger.
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work.
You really love our clothes, Urianger.
Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too.
Honestly, if I had to choose any of the Scions to be in charge of a task this grand and making sure everything is going well, Urianger is who I would pick. Because he's, while he's silly and talks funny and all the whatnot, he's a very caring person who does not skimp out on details. And I feel he would do the best job in making sure that everyone is taken care of, which is important.
You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
The greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see.
At least I didn't turn out inside out.
But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
They're heading on. We put a lot of weight on Orange's shoulders. I really wish he still had Moonbrita for him. I feel like he doesn't have a good way to sort of let himself relax. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. Pants. You can now travel between the up and lower floors. Alright. All's Vale is at End's Vale. A growing way is keen to put his recent mishap behind him. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Aetheris wouldn't take actions to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit. You know, that makes sense why the moon has atmosphere then, considering it's intended to be a spaceship. We could probably terraform the like craters of the moon and whatnot if we really wanted to go and make whatever we need. I'm just there's not going to be enough space on the moon for all the, millions, if not billions of people in Eorzea. Let alone, there are other parts of the world, too. Like, what we see on the map isn't all of the world of Aetheris. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you on the east end of the borough. Follow me! Alright. Carrots, it's what's for dinner. A true carrot crimes. Oh no. Interesting. Wait, these are set at level 80. Are these like... These are all set at level 80. I wonder why. Are they... Why are they synced quests? I will say the whimsy of this whole place does give me a kind of Kingdom Hearts vibe again. Good, you're here. Through this door is the greatest End's Vale. It was named as such because it was veiled to the end of all veils, the most beautiful forest you have ever seen. We understand, and the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the likes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we take a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. I hope this place at least looks gorgeous. Oh, that's a fair bit of a trip. All right, Kamui, let's go. Reading way. Somehow this is supposed to be an overhaul now that they've changed specifications on. Suppose this is supposed to be a helper. Don't you just love books? I absolutely adore them. They taught me so much, and don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious. No, reading way, don't you dare. Grinding way. You gonna get some gnarly flips on us, my dude? Do these floors look clean to you? I don't know. I feel like they could use a little bit more polishing. Learning way. Oh, what a pleasure it is to actually meet you. I've read so much about you. Really? So, not what I expected. they've got the rainbow crystals from Eden. Yo, we made one of these. That's actually really interesting. What about, I mean, this isn't like nature, it's all mechanical. Unless there's something that we're missing? Like, these are waxed floors. Growing way. So, what do you think of the forest? It isn't positively pleasant, simply sublime. I couldn't see the forest or the trees. I didn't see any. Wait, you mean those crystals out there? Tis a transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo smooch and taking a good long whiff. Ooh. The crystals? You mean these crystals? Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this way was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. Thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as you'd find in any forest on Etheirys. The fountain behind us, powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Yo, I hope there's so much crystal here. If somebody is like, I'ma go and summon a primal, like they they would just build another zodiac with all these crystals. Much time and effort has been spent making it the most spherical of spheres. I dare say unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than taking a nice long stretch in a spot of relaxation whenever I come here. You look like you could use a stretch yourself. All right. Well, I'll comply. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight a sight worth the many years spent rebuilding this place. If it's not too much to ask, I've always been a dream of mine to take a walk through the forest with someone from Etheirys. Could we maybe? You will? Oh, be still my quivering whiskers. All right. Growing way. Let's enjoy the water real quick. I need to step away for a moment. So yeah, I'll be right back. All right. All right. Growing way. I'm said giving way. All right. Giving away, growing way. Let's take a nice little walk. This is a little bit of a steep incline. You might want to work on that. Some people like me don't exactly walk all that well, so. How's it going, Growing Way?
I was thinking, Echo, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Haydn gave us our first task, furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Haydn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyways, let's keep going.
6,000 years to work on just space travel. Oh yeah, I should walk with you. I shouldn't drive away on a dragon. You're like barely taller than Runar.
This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitat areas until after the propulsion system was ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make it all of this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was the brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt when that bizarre red satellite was sent up to the theorists. The Allicant's mischief, I think. We thought that maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All that we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I couldn't tell you how relieved we were when Highland informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day.
No, bad habit, bad habit. No, no, we're walking. We're enjoying a stroll through the forest. And our rainbow crystals. I can taste the rainbow with my friend Growing Way.
Say, did you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they are massive crystals.
They've got like saddle or like rings around them.
I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed to near the ceiling, they fulfill a similar role to the sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial bodies in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy, while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation of it.
Interesting.
Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvatures. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest.
I mean, some people would definitely be down for a crystal garden. It's just you aim to do something and you did something else. I think it's a bit the issue here.
There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology and knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the result could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people in Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did.
Wait, is that why the Warriors of Light are a thing? Because when Highland was getting weaker, the rabbit people couldn't talk, and they were like, yes, could you go and make people able to, like, have your blessing, please? Or something more complicated.
With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hyland would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, a means to travel here to the moon.
Was it Amon?
They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon.
So wait, maybe the Charlayans, when they connected to the ethereal sea, found out about, they got in contact with the moon rabbit people, and because of that have been producing stuff and telling them about stuff.
or whatever. Hi, Catpaw. How's it going? I've been doing a lot of Endwalker streams because I'm just enjoying the story. I'm doing good. I'm glad that you're at work. What time of the day is it for you? You if I feel like you're out at work pretty late, aren't you? Okay. So you're almost done for the day then? Ah, okay. Yeah, that'll take a time. All right. So yeah, I've been probably another hour. Okay. Well, hopefully my voice can keep you company while you're stuck at work. So, with all the letters, books, and other resources I sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful charges to the moon. I hope you're joking about living at work. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you'd like the greatest Ensvale. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. Oh boy, that's rough, cat. You have my condolences. I oh boy. There you are. I take it you've already received the grand tour. Shame we missed it. Growing I've been looking all over for you. If you need context, basically the world is ending and we're on a spaceship that we thought was the moon for the longest while. And it's basically inspecting said spaceship to try and get these rabbit people who run it to sort of adjust it to more of what our lives are like now. Um, yeah, because they thought we were like 3 times taller than we were, for example, and all of their food is like like carrots and stuff like that. So, but yeah, world's doomed. Not good times. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential district? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. Yeah, we went and killed the, like, evil god thing after it was possessed by another bad guy, and when we won, he's like, huh, me killing myself is actually gonna cause the end of the world. I'm killing myself now. And then, now whatever strange calamity nearly destroyed everybody back in the ancient times that required them summoning the like darkness god to go and stop it is now unleashed again. We won't be away long, so you are all more than welcome to continue looking around the burrow. Now, come along, Growing Way. All right. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best. They just don't have a good concept of what's going on. They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessive of the world's most charming personalities or are a means to forcibly evacuate everyone, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Uh, no. Basically, there have been 7 calamities that have gone and nearly wiped out the world several times and annihilated, like, alternate dimensions. And, uh, basically, we prevented, like, the 8th one from happening in the last expansion. Yes, Calamity Ganon is in this game. We went and beat him up and then served him for dinner. Nice big old pork meal. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they're... Oh, yeah. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. I think you got here at the most whimsical time. The quest line before we got to the moon was literally like, you know, we're going into the like destroyed empire that had been our greatest enemy for a long time, trying to save them, and the army like leader there committed suicide rather than accept our help. Like all of the really sad dark stuff was like we did all that and now we're on the moon with rabbit people. Forgive me, my friends, but I beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary, if you will excuse me. Orianje, what did those rabbit people talk to you about? Alright, Ishtola. 'Tis clear now the difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Aetherius is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in that reticence. Yeah, I would rather not abandon 7 dimensions worth of people just to save ourselves. But I don't see how we're going to be able to stop the final days. Back to old tricks. By now, I think we can tell when his friends are up to something. Ranger, you better not do something stupid. Did Ranger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he was a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Ishto and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Alright. Oh, you're back at the teleporter. Chocobo. Alright. You better be... I'm worried about you, Ranger. He's heading back up. Are you leaving? Your injury appears to be heading towards the entrance of Bestway Barrows. Okay, well, let's follow. I look forward to being able to get more movement speed in these areas. Because we're like, there, you have to do a bunch of like, world like little instance missions that show up every now and then, a bunch of times to unlock the ability to go and purchase it. And then there's also flight, which you have to go and find a bunch of stuff to do, which is another way to move faster. So for now, while you're going through the story, it's like, oh boy. Yeah. Snail mail. Snail email. What are you doing around, Jay? Ranger ventures off into Merilematorum for some reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might scent your approach. Okay, I know you apparently like doing these stealth missions. I am not a fan of sneaking around. Tailing missions are like almost always one of the worst things in stealth games. I don't even see anything to hide behind. I wonder if I do this as a ninja and just literally use hide if it would affect anything. Oh no, that wolf is going to alert Ranger. Oh, Echo is all the matter. Oops. He turned around. Oops. I promise I am good at this game. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah. Honestly, I if I would love if there were just some gigantic boss here, up here. Like, I play Dragoon, which is all about like spears, just because I feel like spears and lances are like my favorite weapons to like use in games where they let you. And the whole shtick with Dragoon is jumping up in the air and then like channeling dragon power. He's about to turn around again. There are actually people who have a whale mount though, which is interestingly enough. Who's there? He's running. You gonna turn around? Hmm. You did. Alright, good, that's over now. This is definitely voice acted. What are you doing up here by yourself, Jay?
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
We sneaked after him, then immediately revealed ourselves.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
Yeah? It did.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity.
Ranger.
When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy.
You're too hard on yourself.
Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter.
Ranger, can I give you a hug?
Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
Moonbreeder.
Dearest Moonbreeder, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians.
Wasn't your fault though, Ranger.
In her hour of need, I did naught. dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass.
I agree.
Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot?
I don't know.
How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Most algebras are dreadful, to be honest. But there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. With that, we had time to weigh the costs. There's just no way we can save everybody, but have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can.
Sage counsel indeed.
We can't wail against what we can't do. Do everything we can.
I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
You spend a lot of time with other people around you. Should do this more often.
I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond.
Should work with us.
It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers.
Yeah.
A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Right. You here, Thancred? Oh, the bunnies are here.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all!
I'm supposed to have. I thought you were supposed to have good hearing since they're rabbits.
No matter. We've got our plans.
That was an ominous smile from the rabbits. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own, a plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and opened heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I am. Wouldst thou join us in my endeavor? Of course, Arianger. You just need to ask. Setting things straight, Arianger is quite glad for your company. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not long away from Bristway Barrows. Alright, see you in a bit, cat. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to serve the people of Aetheris.
To make clear resolve to the Loporits, I would offer them a gift, but it is making doth require a most singular ingredient. Are we gonna be able to find it on the moon? Living Ways Darlings. An abundance of spongoi. Excellent. I chanced by this aggregation while crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the new Mo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requires considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Sure thing, my dude. Whatever you need me to. You want me to kill whatever shows up? Because that's what this purple cloud looks like. Yep. Oh boy. There we go. Surveying the nearby area, you see no signs of potential threats. That would be a good opportunity to see how Ranger is faring. How are you doing, my friend? Ranger remains fixated on his work. There, 'tis done. A magic ink, every ounce as efficacious, as produced by the new Mo. Whereas the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporits will appreciate. Echo, Oriange! Oh, thank goodness, I thought you had been eaten, or perhaps fallen into a crater. Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Echo. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Echo alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Oriange. But don't worry not, it just so happens we need your help on an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Brisby Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we Loporits, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. I suppose I could be going then. How? That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating or betray the trust of Highland's chosen, or worse, do anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now off with you. Worry not, Echo. I shan't be long. Okay. What are you rabbit peeps gonna do? Because I feel like she definitely wasn't looking for us. I mean, there's always a possibility, but I feel like those little mischievous looks they had earlier makes me concerned. Well, we're just gonna go all the way over here. Thankfully, it's not too far, though I would definitely appreciate them adding some, like, other, like, an aetherite system in here. But I understand why they haven't, considering this is, like, a map with enemies. Mopping way. There must have been something to be done about this. Come now, think. Are there truly more of your kind coming? I'd rather not be doing all this work for nothing, you know. Don't worry, there are. More than enough to keep you busy for a very long time, I'm afraid. Alright, Y'shtola. Oh, Echo, we thought you would be gone for far longer. Livingway told me that you needed me. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Runningway, a companion of Growingway, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here and maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and no? Well, if it's really that important, you could try using these balls of most flesh. Not to be confused with the other thing. Ahem. Runningway's other notable feature is that he has an incessant chatter, so you should have no problem finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but it proves effective. He was here in the greatest Endsvale when I last saw him. Let's split up and find him. Are we not gonna check on Urianger? Oh boy. What are they up to? So definitely, I feel like they're definitely trying to stall for some reason. Alright. Sniper mode. There we go. The one who's talking. Ow, that's smart! If this was meant as a joke, it isn't funny. Gotcha. I'll talk. Oh, yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining me why you hit me in the face with your balls of mouse flesh? Well, we need you to talk to us. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. If that's true, it is true Highland did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other looper around here. Less probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. What are they trying to do, then? Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off! I don't get it. What do they get out of running us around? You wanna explain something? I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? We could drink some water. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growingway? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urianger? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he would be returning? They're trying to lead him off somewhere. On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianger a hand. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find some sort of useful information, including that pertaining to the final days. Are we just gonna go along with it, or...? I'm 85. Heart of the matter.
Growing Way is fidgeting, more nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry?
Oh, what to do? What to do? I promised Living Way would help, but no, I promised I'd help. So what? So that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, in the eastern wing. Follow me.
I suspect the lower pits are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think we ought best play along. For now, at least. Alright. I am worried about Urianger, though. What are they trying to hide? What don't they want us to know? Is this not the teleporter? Well, guess teleporter's not working. Must be the teleporter on the other side that works. We spent an hour and a half running around here. We're almost there. Oh, this is a long trek. Oh, they're fighting Loporits. Well.
The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go find whoever has the key.
Growing Way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us about the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know.
Did you yourself not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon has to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you've found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so the others must be kept here.
And so that's Living Ways games. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the planet at risk. Everyone except Urianger.
He understands what is at stake, what must be done.
I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape.
That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to their doom.
If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish you to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans.
But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aetheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone.
Oh boy. You really think this is gonna do you any good? If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I said we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit.
Agreed.
Let us reconvene where Argus awaits outside. Oh boy. I would love if Estinian were here for all of this. Not exactly the most battle-hardened warriors, are you? feel like these guys just don't take criticism all that well. That's the big problem here. They want to keep us safe, but they just don't. There's a lot they don't want to risk. Umbral Wind. I never got the material out of my weapon. It's yours. Anything else, guy? Extract. There we go. Alright, everybody, hop in the car. We're gonna escape out of here. Alright, Shilla. Good, you're here. We must hurry to Watcher's Palace and find Urianger.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh. Oh no, my arms aren't loaded in.
Oh, bugger!
You're not exactly fighters. But you have heart. And you care about us.
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
Aww.
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Heideland's love for Atheris.
Singing way.
That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
I've been working so long in preparation. I don't want
That
to.
goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
They must want him to go and just
If there's
not give them all the
anything wrong with
details.
what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Give him a head pat. Head pat.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Pudding Way. How are you gonna spin this around, Jay?
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson.
It sounds like Moonbreeder.
The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages
Aw,
of Living Way's
that's
compendium.
a great sentiment.
An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order.
Okay.
Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's. of all reflections,
Yeah.
and the souls that call them home.
I don't want to sacrifice Reen.
Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last. That such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Uranja is used to working in the back.
Thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
Oh. It's glowing again. It's red. That flower. How came it into your possession? We got it from Highland. How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
It's okay. You had good intentions. I forgive.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests.
That's also
Do
true.
convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
All right.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
Yeah.
What? How did you know?
It's pretty
The
obvious.
more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others
I hope the
waiting long
Charlayans
enough.
will work with us now that they know that we know. Alright, Ryanje. 'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what needs to be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow science. When next I return to Atheris, I pray I find you all in good health and spirits. Your excursion on the moon concluded, your soul is keen to return to Aetherius. When the Leopards in Urandra's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing how the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let's return to the Tower of Babel. Our pile for the stars will soon begin in earnest, and we must prepare. We also need to just tell everybody that, hey, yeah, Zodiac is dead. Thancred's on the other side. Alright. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back.
But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thorough, detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not of only the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where, in what manner, the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told of such, but it bears repeating. Anyways, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. Alright. Okay. Garlode and Garlemont. Look at all these side quests. I guess all of the side quests are like level synced now. Huh, okay. Was that how it was in Shadowbringers? I forget. Further in. Okay. You wanna load up? Lucia. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We've succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number remaining requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to offer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for the treatment. With such assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported to subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatments have begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Euless is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and the others in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphinaud and Alize's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. Well, at least it worked out at least. A little bit. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decision regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower was vanished. For a mercy, the process apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Thavnir, though those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. Thanks in this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions on the magics needed for curing tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled that the Mother Porxia affords her so many visitors. I bet. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Well, that's good. So if we wrapped up in Garlemald, Lucy and I will remain, along with a small force continuing to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Emperor may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe the accounts for recent events here, so what of the moon and the Telophoroi? Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of time, and you're probably not going to believe much of it. But you see, the moon is... So yeah, we have a big thing over our heads to work with. The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send words forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kryle, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldosian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Then let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If they found him, they would likely not live to tell the tale. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. An admirable but futile endeavor. I feel like if he wanted to be found, he'd let himself be found. Mayhap you are right. And I suppose if anyone is to hunt him down, it must be you. Who else could ever hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Emperor's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, we have declared Xenos Viator Galvus outcast from the enemy of Garlemald. Viator. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he has not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you any longer. I pray your safe passage back to Charlian. Alright, let's get a move on. There's a bunch of stuff I still have to do over here, but that stuff I will do on the side. Actually, I can just return. I hope these people can find peace. It's going to be difficult, if not impossible, but I want to believe in the people of Garlemald. They can survive the wilderness of the cold and the environment that they live in. I believe that they can try to persevere elsewhere. But it's going to really come down to what they are willing to do. Some like Quintus are just going to rather not even try and rather die. Matthias is looking decidedly smug. Good to see you, Echo. I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone. That's why I feel confident recommending you for associate level hunts. The challenges you face from here on out will be significantly tougher to contend with, but I'd wager you can handle them. You've yet to give me reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to track down. You will have to seek them out in the world's most inaccessible and inhospitable reaches, like bloody Garlemald. Gods, I hate that place. Now, if Isambard's unfriendly north was our only problem, I'd simply remind you to strap on your furs and take some ale for the world. But, well, perhaps it'd be best to ask Jiskai what she's working on. There's nothing quite like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. Alright, Jiskai. Jelashkai? Yes, I heard it from here. If Northoda insists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrysil, shall we? She's Charlane's soil xenobiologist, a self-proclaimed one, mind you, and it's her raison d'etre to prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refused any request she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them. Associates Hunt often present such challenges, one with no ready solution. Though we gleaners pride ourselves with our resourcefulness, all we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I'd be thankful if you take a look on the board and try your hand at any builds that suit you. The guild ship has high hope for your success. No pressure, of course. You can go to the moon, right? I heard you did, so you handle these. We don't really want to do them ourselves. Next bid is at 89. Alright. I feel like walking. I feel like so much has happened in the past bit. It's kind of overwhelming to really just try and process it all, but we've made progress, but there's still like the underlying problem still existing. Cryo! Oh, loading in your conversation? Welcome back, Echo. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it's plain I have caused my own fair share of worries, and for that I apologize. Hydaelyn called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh. For it was in that moment I understood Raha's awareness up from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at times like these, though. We prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. About that, Zodiac is dead. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let's reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Alright, well. Yep. Hey everybody. Got a lot of news. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Uyanje be joining us? No, unfortunately. Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Echo can explain why better than I. Alright, so taking it from the top, we've killed Zodiac, where the moon is now a spaceship. Uranje is helping them figure out the spaceship plans for the Earth, and the Charlians know about the moon being spaceship and filled with bunny people. The final days has befell Amarot. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amaranth, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot be repeated. Which leave us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst of the final days, a feat which even the Emertines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Limitorum. There is still much we don't know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Emertine's creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites a question: what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum then. Having worked with the Loporits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive me the interruption, but I've urgent news! The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. They're not going to announce that the final days are here now, right? Charlene, can you just like work with us, please? This is definitely a voice acted cutscene. Alright. You're all outside.
Order! Order, I say!
Order.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan. Nay, of this very star.
You decide to talk about it then.
Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly.
Are you just gonna flat out tell them?
You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however,
That book!
are another matter
Is that similar?
altogether.
That's the same one that Living Tway had.
For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
So what are you hoping to accomplish? What are you hoping to accomplish by telling
Is
it from
it
the?
true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
They're not gonna let everyone come on the ship, are they?
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
So they can talk about it now.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well.
Chanel, what are you going to say?
270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea.
Wait.
But the very heart of our star. And Hydaelyn herself.
They found the way to Hydaelyn?
She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
They're all just a doomsday cult now.
This to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation.
You're going to tackle
The
this whole
wisdom
problem
of
like a
Sharlayan
logic
has
issue.
ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be.
Do you have a way to the moon?
It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Oh boy. So you're gonna talk to us now? Now that your spell is undone?
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit.
It's for yours.
Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Yeah, it's fine. Take your time. You don't need me to tell you to keep it civil, he knows.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
it would be ideal if we could work together, but I feel like he's not going to allow it.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your
Can you
fruitless
stop,
battle against the inevitable.
Fortuno?
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so.
Yeah.
Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Oh my goodness.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples.
Let us help you.
These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence.
Louis Fa.
This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Don't have a snappy comeback.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
He's very prideful and arrogant.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
Right.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested.
Very well rested.
Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen wings.
I beat up Zodiark. And Anima. Well,
Shall we then?
Let's let it.
To the annex.
Let's let the warrior of
To
light get
prepare for
some
tomorrow.
rest. Can we have another slumber party scene though? I love that. Well, I need it with the other characters. Slumber party, please. Uh-oh. I'm stuck on the floor. Alright, I'm walking. There we go. Ah. At least we've... I feel like we're at least on, like, equal footing now with one another. Crowd tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's going to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as such. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chambers await. Alright. I'll wait for... I'm probably just gonna, like, hold on to most of my, my chests for a good bit. Use it for one of the level classes I level up that's not already decked out in full, you know, E12S gear. Are you doing okay up there, Anjay? I am worried about you. What's that noise? Fire's the burning sky. Coming in. Visitors come knocking on your door. Whoever could it be? Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Come on in, Graha. Estanian is a close second. So Aww, come on.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to. If you could spare a moment before bed.
Sure thing, man. Come on in. Anytime.
Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time.
Huh, then come on in.
I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear.
I'm more worried about you guys than myself, to be
It is
honest.
surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage.
Sure thing, Graha.
You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this
Graha, are you proposing to me? Because I'm okay with it.
Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond.
Sounds so excited.
But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
Aww. You're just too cute, Graha. Thanks for coming by. I'm still concerned about so many things, but it's good to know Graha's at least got my back. And everyone. So much to worry about. This feels like a Nuzlocke where you are about to lose your friends. A short while earlier in the Alamegan Quarter. Oh no, is it gonna start?
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too.
You did your best.
But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Who are you?
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Who are you? What? White or gray flames or sludge or something? Meanwhile, in Ishgard, are is are they going to turn into the terminus beasts? Is it animosity? Oh hey, Erendil.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
You okay, dude?
Hey, are you all right?
What? The black flames.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
Erendil.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Something's coming out of Thavnir. Something big. You're just gonna pop me back out with that? Everything's trying to load in. was hoping to find a way to basically load in less people. Tataru. Skies aflame. Tataru was throwing her brow in consternation. Give me a moment, I'll be right back.
Oh, Echo, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Razat Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once.
Okay. Something has happened. Not voice acted.
Ah, there you are.
Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Razatan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, the final day's already upon us?
It would appear so. Sadly, that's all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Razat-Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help.
I agree. Let's go.
Agreed. Crow, you best remain here with Sataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let's make first for Yedilmold. Yedilmold. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead.
Okay.
If the might of Vitra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Razat-Han is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once.
If this calamity has indeed come to Thavnir, it is all too likely the Corvus across the straits finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. can only hope that Crow and Tataru will be able to provide us with some sort of insight in sooner rather than later. In ancient times, the phenomena was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. It would seem there is a stagnancy of aether in the skies above Razatan, unbeknownst to even Vitra. I would rather accompany you to Thavnir, but Raha's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I would want to be is a burden. And so, I will remain here with Tataru, and do all I can to gather knowledge that might serve us in the battle to come. Godspeed in your journey, Echo. We do not wield the creation magics the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? With the fall of the tower in Thavnir, the Hanish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. I'm glad for Krau's support. I'll also call upon the Hoary Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. No familiar creature has been sighted here in Sharlayan. That said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. You know what? I'ma just abandon this one for now. Get off my list rather than hide it, since it's just talking to a dude. Okay. How bad is it going to get?
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Oh no.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash.
Terminus beasts are here.
Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
You can see the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage.
I hope they're not people.
No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzatan themselves,
oh no,
transformed into these baleful fiends.
Oh no, that's what I was worried about.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies.
Our creation magic is summoning.
The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vitra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people.
He's not gonna be able to strike them down.
I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Go to him, Estinian.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude.
Please let the scales
Our
protect
regiments
them from
approach the
becoming
north from several directions,
tempered,
with a number of
turned into
units set
beasts.
to depart from the docks of Yedlimad. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
How do we fix this?
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Are we just fighting a losing battle here from the start? What can we even do about this? We don't even understand what's causing it. Something's causing the people to be transformed into the terminus beasts. Can it be turned back? So the beasts are not born from creation magic run amok, but are rather altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this magnification of the final days differs from what we witnessed from our own world. And for the worse, I dare say. If any man, woman, or child could become a beast at any moment, there's no telling whence the threat might become. We must exercise extreme caution. Could it... Are we like the products of creation magic, and that's why they're corrupted? Don't you worry. No matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. If it's true the people themselves have transformed the beast, why even the radiant host could suffer the same fate, or us perish at thought. I shall survey the environs closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. Usually the most dangerous foe is the worm's domain, is the worms themselves. If I were Vitra, I'd be offended as I am horrified. And as its souls twisted and reformed in unholy abominations, I thought I had seen the last of such nightmares for the sin eaters. We must act quickly, Echo. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. Oh no. You're right, it is sin eaters, but worse. Everyone has been assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your strength in our battle against the blasphemy. Let's review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. Dungeon? As there you will find the dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Hosts have already gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Alright. We're all assembled. This would be the perfect time for a dungeon. Yep, Vanaspati now accessible. Alright. So, alright. Same dialogue as before. Alright.
Right then.
Estinian really wants to come. I say...
I stand ever ready.
Thancred.
I stand ever ready.
Graha will be our healer. This will be our party comp. Bringing the husbandas with me. Banaspati. I'm glad we just barely made it to 85. Oh no. This is home to Swincha all over again. Get out of there. Let's go. Come on, everybody. God save us! Eyes forward. All hope is lost. Ah! They turned into them right there. Right in front of us from that. Is it truly based off of despair? Luna's talked about despair winning out against hope. Is this more a literal thing? If anyone would know more about the final days, it would be him, considering how much time he spent with Van Daniel. Alright, let's go.
My friends, heed me. These are children of...
That's the feature, they're everywhere.
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
He was just letting them wail on him. You need to get out of here, Vitra. You have very little scales from trying to help us. You're just letting them wail on you. Alright. Get out of here.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
It's like if anyone could turn into a senior at a moment's notice. Justinian goes, a sound plan. Vitra,
Allow me.
don't let yourself get killed, please.
Allow me.
Should probably definitely have food on for this dungeon. I use Lance Charge right at the end, I'm dumb. It's more up ahead. We're taking so little damage.
You're mine. Allow me.
Feel like we're getting close to the first dungeon, or the next boss. I wish we could do something about the forest burning, but someone's here. It's too late. Too late for all of us. All we could do is offer him a swift death. I'll hold off on buffs until the next round. Rage. Mouth off. Tank Buster? What? Such pain! Such pain! The one that doesn't speak is the one that we need to go to. Got it.
Underestimate me.
My turn.
Sinian, take this. Double Star Diver. My dude, how many Star Divers do you get? Such pain. He aims towards the pain. And then it comes out the other ones? For what reason?
Allow me.
Note of despair. Lost hope. We're confused. You can only move in the direction indicated. Alright. Oh, I've seen this before. Mouth off. Gonna confuse us again? No, wait, that's just summoning there. Wait, over here. What is left? Okay, make some attack to the left. Note of despair. Ah. Lost hope. Yeah, I didn't get the positional on that, and it still gave me the Draconian Flame, so it must not be like you have to get it exactly right in order to get right thrust anymore. Alright, hold on to that. This is 536 gear.
What is this?
Although this is ahead. I can probably... I have a 530 mage hat.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Oh no. Pray take care. The student says, on to the next one. And it's come. So is it just belief that the end... that like... the end is here? Makes it like... is it like a self-fulfilling prophecy? I don't see any further up ahead. Real major sense of urgency with this OST. This BGM rather right now. I worry if we're gonna... how many... are we even gonna be able to save anyone? The thought that it's the end is basically just spreading... oh my goodness, what the Charlians did is gonna make things infinitely worse. Just announcing that it's his final days has led to it begin... to the Charlian people are going to be way more susceptible to this than everyone else. Oh no. Don't do it. We have got to get away from here. What's wrong? Mother? It's hopeless, hopeless! We're here to help! No, wait, something's a myth. Oh no. No, no, make it stop! Mother, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Good gods. If this is what we must do. The whole family turned right before our eyes. Determined to weepers. Sorrow of the end is what's turned. Oh no. We're just striking them down. We've been in a screwed over position this entire time. Even if we hadn't have killed Zodiark, we hadn't have stopped Van Daniel, this would have still happened. We just would have had to deal with Van Daniel on top. Oh no. How are we supposed to deal with this? What's the solution? Crap. Everywhere we go just leads to more people. Grab you.
You're mine! This will hurt.
The flame roars even fiercer, said Grahatia.
My turn!
What can we even do for them? The next one, Terminus Wrecker. No choice but to go through it. Meaningless destruction. Pretty on the nose. Unholy water. The estate. Are they going to explode?
You're mine!
Get knocked between them, maybe? Or is it just don't make sure you don't touch them? Okay, just make sure you don't touch them. They pop eventually. More of it. Where do we go? Did we get a bubble? Crap. Not fast enough.
My turn!
Unholy water again. Aether Siphon. What are you gonna do with it? Aether Spray. Alright, so don't get knocked into one. Alright, get together everybody. And get away from Thancred.
You're mine!
We're basically just going. Even if we go and fix it, like save these people, get them to the moon, is it something that's inherent to our people? They can turn into these sort of creatures? Would it follow us to the moon? Unlike anything I have ever fought. Gods be good to the sky. Oh my goodness. feature even handle all of that up there?
This will hurt. You're mine.
Oh, we're crossing over the pillar. Oh, these.
You're mine. This will hurt.
It's just two, actually. I should stick to single target. Let's start saving up these. More! Still didn't catch.
My turn. You're mine.
Is it a dragon? It's that first... the first... First doom. Blasphemy. Zrabuhanu. I pronounced that incorrect. Papa Choker of casting. Okay. An all too familiar face. Crap. I have red, so do I go to red? Oh wait, no, he's doing red, so we go to blue. Okay. Thank you, NPCs. Oh, I see the triangle. Gnashing Teeth. Tank Buster. Crumbling Sky. Knockback. Get back here. Is this the same move from Emerald? Over here. Third lane. First lane. These are death walls. If I touch those, I'm dead. What's next? You need to be knocked into the red.
Allow me.
You're mine!
Flames of Decay. What is this? Field wide, okay. Gnashing Teeth. That's a Tank Buster.
Allow me.
Alright, we'll do it, Estinian. Or not. Okay, you got it. First Doom is down. We haven't looked happy in any of these fanfare moments for a while. Vitra is close, still fighting in the skies above. Huh. Anything to say, Sacred? I see no trace of the person who what was. That was the worst of them, or at least I hope it was. This must be the blasphemy they spoke of. Horrors of Amarat were born anew. It wasn't just a projection this time. Oh. This is only 1 point better. I'll stick with what I have. this is skill speed, so I don't need it. Crit, direct hit. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Sorry. Alright, I'm back. My brother needs some help setting something up for the future. So, it's just literally just a skirt? Okay. But yeah, we will have to sort of just see how things go with all of that. That's something that won't be related to streaming or anything like that, but let's get back to it. Chakrams. Okay. I hope things aren't. Just have to pray for the best. Hanu. Wasn't he the merchant?
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught.
So you can't even see any of them.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
It's like those areas where
Recall the words
thinning.
of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
Nothing.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
It's just a void.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
They're just gone. Vitra.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk. Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all.
There's no time for secrets anymore.
Vitra. Calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself.
Now's not the time for this, Vitra. You need to...
Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task.
Is this Gosetsu's voice actor?
I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you.
Stinian.
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance.
Brother,
Thy place is at our
I will help you in this fight.
Estinian, here.
Link, bro?
The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl.
Ah.
We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you won't.
Aww. Very
You heard
well.
the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Let's go, Vitra. It's now or never.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I feel like we're gonna slowly be separating from our party members one by one. Estinian's on his way now. Lurandra's on the moon, Estinian's here in Radzatan.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Almighty Mountain. That's always good to hear Heaven's Word music. Will you let us use the Aetheryte now, please? We need it. Also, could you load... I won. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know the beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. I'll take the silver piece. Apocalypse's weather. Blasphemy unmask. Ahewan's burden is heavy indeed, yet he need not bear it alone. Forgive me, my friend. I must return to Meguduta. For the time being. There I can bear manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out our investigation of our own in the city here. Mayhaps the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight to a possible solution. Time is of the essence, so let's split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Paxa Pass. Thancred and Yashoa pray to make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha and you, Echo. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When you have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Magaduta, that we may share what we've learned with the satrap. We need to head over to the bell. Shall we be off then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forge many of our warden seals. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Alright. Come on, Graha. We got a lot to do. Are you working now? No. What's your message here? Let's make for that crucible. Yeah, okay. I feel this ingot's probably pretty valuable at the moment. Okay, let's desynthesize some of these, get the materials from them, because it's gonna be a while before I use a lot of these classes, and at this point, and I would prefer to get a little bit of extra money from the materials they make. And a lot of these are still at such a low level that I won't be using them for a while anyways. Better to make the money while the money's good. And I need the inventory space, so I certainly won't be leveling ninja for a while. No, that's 400. Hopefully the alchemists are doing okay. I'll keep the sage arms. So now comes the question of if the ether is just being, is it actually disappearing, or is it being consumed by something and we just can't tell? This kind of decay. Like, I feel like there should be some kind of conservation of ether in the world, you know? But who can say? Okay. On we go, Graha. Sorry you had to deal with me doing that. I need to exchange these. Some one massive alchemical, what is it, cauldron or New Hadin. I remember those red eyes. You were with the scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis at Plaza City. Did you happen to catch any sight of it? Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by the crashing footsteps, so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out in the midst of the stalls. A handful of Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiends and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we know now where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Let's get a move on. Up over there. May as well get the other aetherite over there while we're at it. Oh, you must be Echo. Mistress Rowan told me about you. Say, you're quite the renowned miner. The name's Ulfinia. By the way, the mistress charged me with managing her Razatan branch. Looking forward to doing business with you. Which isn't to say I've got anything special to ask of you. All I mean is, your business is just as welcome here as in any other House of Blunders. Of course, I'd certainly prefer you do more of your business here than anywhere else. Esteemed clients like yourself attract even more customers, you see. Even if we're drawn in business at a good clip, before long we'll have to rebrand as of Pilona's, of, oh wait, of Pilona's House of Splendors. The old witch will know what hit her. Don't you worry about the last part. Just peruse our wares and buy something if it strikes your fancy. Alright. So this is Savnir and Weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvos culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlotte. And like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the Royal Eye, and with it, the wisdom of the ancient Alec. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, my shop is closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did.
While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You had better luck asking there. To the west, then. Let's get the Aetheryte real quick. I wish I were better at pronouncing these, like, Central Asian names. Central Asia? Southeast Asia? I forget which one of... Southeast is, like, the island area. East is, like, you know, Japan and, like, Vietnam, or not Vietnam, Korea. I think it's Central Asia? I digress. I know they're categorized, is the point. Zetianur. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through the entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quickly as it came. Okay. Did anyone see the actual transformation? The circumstances behind it? Sister, have mercy! What is the world? What is happening in the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it is not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of raving beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a merit, throwing people around like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same, but the shrieking wail kept getting louder. More voices in the throng, beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is good enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, have survived, mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and the rest your own body and mind while you are able. I suspect this is that is the most we can expect of the people here to tell us. I think it is best that we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Alright. Up over here. Whew. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people of the Mehan can surely tell us more. Up here. Guess I didn't need to prematurely hit the button. Fearful here. Going after that enormous beast, are you? I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. It's the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have been taken a turn for a worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist is swirling around him. And his whole body bursts apart. There stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until changing them too. Stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade, not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Mihil, the maid, chanting with them though. She might know something. Look out. Alright. Even after repairing all that damage, it took a while for the business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That was what the Radiants have been calling it anyways. I saw it too. We all did. It was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink.
when suddenly there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose a creature, enormous and ghastly but to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it still sends shivers down my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me, but the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merida and myself and the other Zahras clung to each other for dear life until the radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here often are a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Okay. Billy, you the bartender? Or barmaid, rather?
Oh, hello there. Welcome to Myriad's Mahins. What can I get for you?
We've come not for libations, but rather information. You are Millie, yes? We're investigating this so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him?
He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kazahal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily with the exports of Savnarian specialties.
I met him. It's through him we met Matsuya. Oh, so it was him. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, Kazahal ran a trading operation Yidmald, and it was there where you made Matsuya's acquaintance.
Yes, that is the same Kazahal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere could not be good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was.
Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Kazal was a compassionate man.
Kazal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Kazan's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that...
Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kazan in particular? Please, anything at all.
Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else could help you. Kazal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them. I believe it would help. What do you say?
Better than nothing, I suppose.
Oh, pardon me. I was just... Anyway, take a seat wherever you like.
Oh, okay. Give me the quest. Mulet's information to serve you well.
Kazahan made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kazahan lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood.
Kama. The name is new to me. How do I get there?
I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else is a start.
Come, let's see where this takes us. Right. Everything again. Will he stay with me if I teleport? Okay. Yeah. I kind of thought that was the case. Sorry, Graha. Alright, we'll just have to make our way up. Although I guess teleporting is a dumb idea anyways because you miss out on conversations. Let's see, after arriving in my hand... Right plaza. Okay, yeah. I can navigate up there. It's not a big issue. Like, it's good to see that the market is abuzz. There's more directions. Yeah. More direction talk? Yeah. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let's begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kaza. Given the recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Yeah, I don't blame them. No, that's exactly what I'd do. Mati. Gazal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He'd spend his day procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easy as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in this house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain from a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night I heard the door open. I looked out to see Gazal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The station must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the trouble with his consortium. He was the same old Gazal. Cordial as always, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter has told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard very little about the bazaar going on. Rest assured, the city is safer now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Yeah, just being like, yeah, he was a monster, he killed people, and he's dead now, is the zero speech option. Paraga. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. We may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave, pray allow us to ask you a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Kazal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kazal? I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seems as though he managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Riverdale Fibers, while he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. The Jin, Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. So as I recall, she was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha and at Riverdale Fibers. Sounds promising. All the way over there. Alright. Alright, come on, Graha. my worst fear would be an entire city like this just having a compounding, like, basically like spreading like a plague of fear. They're farming silkworms. They must be riveted fibers where we will find Jinabaha. Mbo. Jinabaha. And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. They all got masks. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. Right. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak with when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping move us, or help us move our equipment. Ask the others what to do, what to put where. Sure thing. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through the door and speak to us, Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Right. So don't use them to wipe my hands or anything like that. Kamala. This area is for employees only. Out! What? What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Minduva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On the way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifahal, by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manhuha, and the massive crate goes to Zemiria, by the mill storehouse. Watch your back on that one. Those are all the crates we have. Once they've been delivered, you can see your work here complete. I'm timed. Alright. That is it. Then you come to the right place. We'll ask him to you for aid. Alright. Manuha. If you have any crates or finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, bring them here for the primary storehouse. Careful of clothing, is it? I can take it off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. I feel like I won't have a lot of time to carry this. I see you brought quite the brawny one, aren't you? Good thing that never know when you're going to need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. We moved the stuff like 2 inches. You've carried all the crates to the storehouse, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please, return to Jinabaha, and assure him our work is proceeding apace. Still, the truth, we are grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourselves give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in the more peaceful times. Me too. You take care, lady. I need some water. Done as I asked, have you? Yep, taken care of. If Kamal is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You've done us a great favor, traveler. Now let's talk. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we will not lose any more to those fiends. I take it your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed? We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked at the burning sky in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out and screamed a scream of such agony and such terror, and the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask. Indeed, you knew the merchant Kazahal, did you not? I believe he had some sort of dealing with your establishment? Kazahal, I know him well. We had arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, he received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when they delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he discussed it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember when we saw the Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very drink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomena occurred here, the poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it all undergoing the change. I suspect that everyone thing began with Kazuha. By all accounts, it is he who suffered the most of profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Seems likely. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. True enough. Take care, my friend. Beyond the depths of despair, Grahatia is eager to share all you have learned with your companions. We were to reconvene with the others in front of the Megaduta, were we not? This should be just outside. With any luck, they will have returned already from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave, but I pray your establishment is spared for the tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed, I thank you for your concern, and pray you too care as well. Alright, I need to take a moment to get up, stretch my legs a little bit. We will continue. Probably about 5-10 minutes. Alright, so be right back. Alright, I'm back. I went and actually had dinner. My body was just going like, hey, you need to feed me. So, I went and had the true incarnation of hope and of food which was some chicken nuggets. And I've got some veggie straw like chip or whatever. Basically chips, but they're like made of vegetable stuff. Let's see if they get picked up on the mic. Well, I'll try to make sure that I mute myself real quick before I eat any of it. It's one of those things where I would hate to just be like, ah yes, this is happening, very serious, and then just in the middle of that you just hear, you know, that would be a little bit awkward. Alright guys, let's talk. We skipped somehow, but what in the heaven's name is happening in our fair city? I saw it, the terrible beast, by the gods, is everyone alright? And this is, I'm worried now.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances. Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
I wonder what they found.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
Well, you see, Kazahan, he was the one who turned into the first.
So the merchant Kalzal was gravely concerned about his business
Kalzal.
in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
It's like the people we saw in the dungeon.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients.
They did start to go
With their
rampant.
creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient
That is a
beings.
significant difference to keep in mind, I suppose.
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered.
True.
Whereas theirs were not.
We wouldn't be able to pull off some of the
Perhaps
crazy
that
feats the
single
Emergings can
variable
do.
makes all the difference. If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire
Is it
than
that the
we realized.
transformation made the sky burn?
It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
He's coming.
Thank the heavens.
You're gonna be keeping up the facade still, right?
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease.
I pray as well.
And help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand?
Palaka's stand?
My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
Oh.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Oh no. Tell this to us in private, please.
You are?
I'm Matia of
Matia!
Arkali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait.
Okay.
When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend.
Oh no.
But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
She's going to transform.
Gods have mercy.
She's going to transform.
Your Excellency, save my grandson, I beg of you.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb. What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him?
No.
The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Oh no. Get out of there.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
No.
Run as fast as you can. Ah! 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 No! Ah!
No. Oh no.
Stop it, quick!
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
No. The Satrap is dead.
My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own.
Calm down.
Yes, you will survive. You must.
You have to. It could stop before they fully transform, but... Graha, what are you about to do?
Be strong, my friends. Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations. Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you?
Please be safe.
We will save these people. As many as we can.
We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I will ask your aid as well. Oh, of course! Palaka's stand is not far, just down the hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this was what we will do. Echo, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beast you encounter. Alexander will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees. Follow them when the path is clear. There is no telling what danger awaits us. Keep your eyes peeled. How many of these are we gonna have to kill?
We're almost there. Just a little bit further. Let's go ahead and attune to this. It cannot be. So many wounded. So many dead. We must heal those who we can, and quickly. I see no beast, but stay on your guard. Wonder if I'm a healer. I still do the whole reach out hand thing. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wound suggests the villager was gored with by a terrible beast. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. What levels? The second. 73 and then 7. Okay. You okay? Are you alive? Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His eyes grow more ragged and shallow. His vacant eyes are of those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. Now leave me to sleep. Ugh. You call, but the man does not respond. Bright and Dora. Calm down, it's okay. Have you come to help us? Too late, my family, my friends. Are these the only villagers that survived? I can only hope others managed to flee, but but if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12. Let's do what we can to see the damage spreads no further. And no matter what happens, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. Alright. Heaven Thrust and Chaotic Spring are now a thing. Which, from my understanding, is basically some more powerful version, but... like whatchamanieme it, full thrust was 400 and now it's 430. Alfredo is determined to offer the villagers what succor he can. I can tend to the rest. Pray, look after Amasia. No doubt that... Was that thunder? Whoa. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. There is lightning in the sky. Hang in there, Bruno. Oh, Echo! This is, Eurovert, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsia here told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have. Until today, when those only holy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they found their way to safety.
Matza, do you perchance remember Kirsef at Mevin? The young couple who has always brought you who always brought your freshest catches. How could I ever forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me much kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Kurasaf and Mevan brought my fish and sung my praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of the beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, such a tiny babe. To elude those fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, but yet I am but a fisherman. I could not face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Of course. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Alright. Shroud of Stigma. No, Sagma. Really, more brawls. Batsya. I'm here. I got your back. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agaba, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. My friends made it this far. No doubt they are hiding somewhere in the midst of ruins. No, please, stay back! Ah! That was Kursaf. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. Please do. That cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Just stay safe and stay calm, Matsuya. No. That's gonna be her husband and child, isn't it? New animation looks really cool. Why? Why? Are you okay? Are you alive, Karasov? Is it your wife and child? The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Echo. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it can't be. If someone, anyone. My arms, so heavy. My legs, I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Kursef, no! Kursef, you must stay strong! More time I thought I had. I don't want to die. It's gonna be okay. I'll make sure they're okay.
it to me. Thank you. Please find them. Mevin still lives, and she has a child. We must search the jungle between here and Palakistan. There's nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Right. Forgive me, Karasov. Once we saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Back over here. Go away. Where are they? You see no tracks or other sign of recent travel. Mevin and the child must be elsewhere. Crap. If Mejven and Radar came through the Thayer recently, see no evidence of their passage. We're just returning back to the village? Matya. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing! No, nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mevin and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnir.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below?
Your proxy's dead.
Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father.
Now is not the time to hide.
My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them.
Yeah. Seems.
A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Betrayal.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
Otherwise, they're gonna be leaderless in this time.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust.
And these hands can kill somebody.
Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned.
You have to take the first step.
I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him.
He knows the people's hearts.
It will not be easy, but the future of Razat Khan hangs in the balance.
More of them.
We have company. The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
Yeah. Matsu cannot help but fear the worst. We'll find them, Matsu. I just need you to stay calm.
Mervyn fled deeper into the jungle. She and her child are in grave danger. Whatever we to do, gods have mercy.
You must try to stay calm, Matsu. Please.
But how can I at a time like this? They could be dead. So, if I allow myself to be overcome by fear, I too might become a beast. I am not sure I understand, but I will do my best. I've seen through the wounded. How did you two fare? Did you find your friends?
No. Nothing so grandiose or great as that.
And see, in that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure that the village will be safe in our absence. Alzay and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you talk to you and Matsu speak to Elder Uravet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. Right. We'll try not to take too much time. We will save Mevin and your child. We can do that much for Karasaf. I am heartened to see you both safe. What of the family? We found Karasaf, but he is there no more. I understand we have lost another of our dear friends. Karasaf may be gone, but there is still hope for Mevin and their child. Please find them, I beg you. And if in your search you come across anyone else who has escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the village safe and the spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. Are they back there? Must be at the end of town. Yep. I'm impressed to report that the vicinity appears to be peace-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. With that, let us resume our search for your friend and your child. Where shall we begin, Marcia? If we follow Kisarada south, we will arrive at Purusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible Mervyn sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsuya, stay close to me, alright? You two take the lead. Keep an eye out for peace and anyone in need of help. Very well, we will make for Purusa as quickly as we are able. With me. Just down the river. Please let them be safe. I don't want I feel like Matsuya might turn into a beast if he is subjected to that. Let's get this off of me. Alright. You okay? Thank you. I thought I was done for. Mevin? She is a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must say it'll be out there somewhere trying to avoid the beasts with her child. Gods. Worry not for me. I can make it my way back to the village on my own. Echo, wait, Puruso lies just up ahead, and something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphano and Isai have gone to do what they can, but there are so many, so many. Many more than I can count. You must be ready. Let's get up on the cliff face, because that seems like that would take... We can come down from up there. Like they got themselves a monkey to deal with.
little bit more. Is it on the cliff face? It's behind the hill. Alright. Hopefully up and found something. Where is it? Oh, down there in the blue ruins. Okay. There you are. How about the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple. This feels voiced. You have to stay strong, everyone.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
Better to leave than to die.
Where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Keep the faith.
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Stand
Every
strong.
doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
Right.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
I hope they're still out there.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
You have to hold on to something in the wake of tragedy like this.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
I get that.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
We're alive. And that's good.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
We have to hurry. Okay. Warm hearts, rekindled hopes. Alize is gazing out intently between the trees. Over there! My view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Out goes Matsuya and search her along the river. Half an hour I'll circle around from the south. There has to be something we can do to turn all of this around. If it's all just a matter of wallowing in despair here, then it's just a matter of time before anyone can succumb to it. Not even the Scions are immune to feelings like that. Is there anything, Matya? Over there. Like still alive.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Niven!
Don't, please!
Thank you, Alpha, no. Why is it so determined to go after it? No.
No! God have mercy!
It's okay. I got you. Where's the baby? Lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly. Her Madar, however, is nowhere to be seen. Where? Down there. Oh no. Please. You take the baby in your arms. If she lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. No, where are you? Get out of the way. Did you mind Bevan and the child? Damn it all. You have the child, let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
Mother was thrown by the neck.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back.
More of them.
Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself.
I believe in you, Matsia.
You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I believe in you, Mattia.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
Stay safe.
Steady. You know the way.
No.
No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
Matsu, no.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
So close, you can see the aetherite.
Every agony.
Estini! Thank you, Estinian. And Vitra.
The divinity?
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
He had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I'm crying so much right now.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone.
Right. She and her husband.
She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
I'll do what I can. Go. I will keep watch until your work is done. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palkastan to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mevin and Karsef died as they lived, as themselves, and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be that comforting. Simple pleasures. Estinian stands in silence, a grim expression on his face. You are ready then? In that case, let's head to Palkastan. No doubt Vitra is awaiting us. Thank goodness. Hey, Vitra. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl has already begun to regain her strength. Less joyous received was the word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnir must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain the semblance of what we have lost. Kursef and Mevin's babe is a child of Thavnir as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Thank you for helping. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsu and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumor of that a mighty dragon had forged a patchwork friendship with the satrap. Whenever would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul? Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over a satrap, with Alwyn as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the satrap all along? Oh, Nidana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palakastan in their time of need, and so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevin's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy.
Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. At least you can probably get your eye back. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with its people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Owen's associates was manipulating it from afar. The truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Please, allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given us of your scales, I do not know where we would have been. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Razatan, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vitra, but the star yet wants for salvation. With more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding people in their darkest hour. 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I will return to see how Razatan fares. What will you do, scions? I wait for the survivors back at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, may I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. I feel I can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for now, until the story decides to try and punch me in the gut again. Need to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. This red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavne? It's the final days. Oh my, that is rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleague and I will use your knowledge to see if we can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai, brewed with my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nidana. By all means, allow us to assist. Thank you. Try to help what we can. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep of errant beasts to slay. Far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at Wakeful Torana. Take care, Estinian. And thank you. Now, Bashar. Look at them all, lazing about, knowing full well the beasts will strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind it if I must. But where should I go? Is anywhere safe these days? Maybe this will help you think clearly as you decide. A cup of chai? Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely times like these when we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there's any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. Okay. Somebody's up there. On the Chocobo Keep. Fisher Day. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while I could hear the monstrous voice screaming my name. Here, mellow out for a little bit. Feel a little bit better. This is for me? We used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory and for we who must remember. Hey, you okay? Huh? Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. What future awaits us? How can Redzahan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. The answer will come in time. Just for now, you have to stay calm, so the future can come. Cups of chai? Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. No matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. For that is all any of us can do. Yes. Back to work. Once I finish this cup, thank you. Everybody needs a little something at the moment. Thank you for delivering the chai, Echo. Did it help to lift this villager's spirits? I feel a little bit, yeah. That's heartening to hear, indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live without suffering. With our suffering. To carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition. For it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Thanks for the tea. Matya. Under his wing. Matya is eyeing you as if there's something he wants to say. As you finished your deliveries, might I talk with you a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mevin and Karif's remains. We prepared them for burial. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the peoples of Palakistan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without parents, but I promise to do what I can. When she's able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Matya became a dad. He's a caring soul. Well, we've finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there was magic at work, how their tension faded with every sip. Let us pray that Palakistan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnir. Like as not, still I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends, from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Redzatan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Makayali. We have plenty to spare. That's good. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The wakeful Torana, near the bridge at Radzatan, as I recall. Very well then. You take care, you two. We'll be back. Alright. I feel like things are going to get more painful as we go on, but if we continue to push forward, I feel something good can happen in the end. It just won't come easy. Hey, Estinian. Alphano told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. It would seem you finished off the last of them. Trying at times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnir. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He waits our return to the city on Alzdahal's path. Come. Alright. Through the city gate we go. Rex keeps coming up to me wanting to get pet. But only by my feet. No preference. Okay. So, are you going... I hope the people here take as well to Vitra as the others did. Uniting under him might be the thing these people need right now. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the West. I am pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safer now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? Probably about Vitra revealing himself. So Vitra is finally coming out of behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. The Megututa then. But before that, it would appear the word for the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Good thing. It's a simple thing to go and give them some information. We just have to push forward a little bit further. Huron boy. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. For now, yes. We need to meet. Well, that's a relief. I thought one of the beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slower runner. I hope he got away. He could be at with the others from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. What are you whining about, Rex? You got a knot or something? Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here, Rex. Come here. You want me to pet you? Hmm? Hey, buddy. What's the matter? Come here. It's okay. You can come up here. One day. Leave me be! Please, I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh God, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. We took care of them. We need to meet in the plaza, though. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in the creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who would lead Radza Han in his stead. Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Sure enough. Alright. Let's see how this goes. It's a good thing the space is wide. Alright. Hopefully this goes better than the last meeting. What's the aura, kids?
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
You have to take the first step, Vitra. Hope they follow.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
Kids love dragons. Universal fact.
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
I have faith.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust. This I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate.
You have to take the step forward.
A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart.
The jewel of Thavnir was the people.
This calamity hath stolen too much from you already. Yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
That's great. Yeah. Just gotta stick together.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Charlene, what are you doing all the way over here?
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Speaking.
Father.
Hello.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days.
You're a little late, Fortunal.
'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
The shade from that tree just makes me think somebody's about to get about to turn.
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Do you want to go? You want to stay?
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return.
Go home and do your daily roulettes. I hear leveling roulette is a good sort of experience.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Got anything to say? We got here first? Oh. Hey there.
Oh, you're still here.
Nidana.
What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palika Stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Oh, really?
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
Is it the
Logically,
Ashkar?
they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy.
Ashkar was it called?
That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha.
Akasha.
Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Makes sense.
Ah, do you still have that flower?
Yeah. Right here. It's black. It's gone.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
I feel there's no maybe at this point.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
We will, Nidana. I best wish you the best of luck. Have a hug. Okay. Under normal circumstances, a foreign proposal would be regarded as a sheer madness, but when the sky burns, even madness can sound appealing. Doubtless Vitra is loath to abandon his home, and yet, absent other options, he cannot dismiss the option out of hand. The solution sits ill with me, but if life has taught me anything, it's that there is little to be gained from arguing with Charlians. But we must take it upon ourselves to find a better way. Even if were Vitra to acquiesce to their proposal, just how did the Charlans intend to transport the nation's entire populace to the moon? We have no better, safer course of action to offer them than the fleeing to the moon. I know this, and yet, Vitra and its people love their homes. There must be something we can do. The soldiers, the soldiers of the Radiant there, if I'm not mistaken, he accompanied Iwant of Vanspati. Could it be that they knew Vitra's identity all along? As far as we have come, and as far as the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be Nadana, as Nadana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? At World's End, the Radiant Host soldier has a message for the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Greetings, honored scholar of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in the most terrifying of times. Last Maris here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of my appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vitra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid Merhan. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action. That seems to be an ideal venue. Ah, to you, Echo Stray. There is someone we had hoped to introduce you to in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? Personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest of demand right now. This must be important. We're not. We'll save some food for you, so take your time all the time you need. See you guys. I'll catch up soon. Thank you, friend. Whenever you're ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Oh, you're giving me permission to use the Aetheryte finally? For those we have lost, for those that we may yet save. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the Tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune to the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Thanks. I will gladly accept. I hope to see this place back to normal soon. I thought I had gone there already. Oh well. It's funny how they're like, you should go do this. I wonder if there's somebody who's just gone and like played through the game without using any Aetheryte, like teleportation stuff. Like literally walk everywhere they go. You have attuned yourself to all the Aetheryte shards in Rezahan. Thavnir is now accessible as an Aetheryte destination. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand at the Hall of Radiant Hosts, from where our leadership oversees all of Rezahan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Interesting. There's someone from Doma here. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Echo Stray, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped in through that door. You have the look of one who walks through hell. Serba, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you show a modicum of respect? What respect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? What disrespect, rather. We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally, then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eosia, sign of the seventh dawn, warrior of light, all-around good egg, I'm sure. The talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. A one after my own heart. I like that. Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in right now. Arzahan welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you are more familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? Yep. We've got Representative Doma. Hello? I do the Doma thing. Auda and Alamigo. Hey! Limsa Lominsa. Hello. Gridania. Hey there. And last but not least, last but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Razahan and the respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And would you know it, all their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a woman in high demand, eh? And so would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. Okay. So yeah, Moon, we killed Zodiark, final days. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men have turned into beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that this first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. 'Tis contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already provided invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reach the Grand Company of Eorzea and our fallen eastern allies, our leaders knew at once the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomena's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvus. Alas, this is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout the Allied lands there have been reports of more people transforming into hideous beasts. So it's spread. From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to those involving the merchant Kalzar. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformation do not appear to be subject to any similar restrictions. If anyone overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give the creatures a name, don't you think? Here at Reset Hand, we've been taking to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting of the name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat and to do the best of our abilities. That's good, at least. Aye, each nation has assembled their own group of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as soon as they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. That's a lot of areas you want me to go to. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. Oh, this must be the role quests. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. Sure thing. And with that, I do believe our friend here is a feast to attend to. Spare a thought for us when you're tucking into all those fine cuisines, huh? You've gained access to role quests as Endwalker. Separate quest line for the store is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical DPS, magical range, and healer. Good, melee is separate now. You undertake these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop, and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. So who's melee? Is it going to be like... I feel like it's going to be Doma, right? Pray forgive Sharbat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it's simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mayhanas? I know its hand like the back of my hand. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. We'll be pleased to hear all the drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Razatan in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahwin's legacy and serve Master Vitra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Take care, my friend. Interesting, so Limsa is melee. Storm clouds are brewing. Limsa Delegate would entreat your aid in dealing with a grave threat back at home. Ayako, on behalf of the Admiral Bloswin, I thank you for your many deeds in service of Limsa Lumensa. We have received troubled tidings. Troubling times that beast akin to those plagues that plague Razatan has been sighted on La Lucia coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat. There is much we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this arena would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? I'll do all I can. Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I am certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you are able. The Secretariat of Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. Alright. Well, hey. I was wondering where the role quests were. We're starting at 85 though, which makes me wonder how many of them there are going to be. There were what, 5 last time? Honestly, between ninja and samurai, I expected melee to be Doma. Hey Melee. Welcome. The Satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests. I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there is nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As a small token of our thanks, all your food and drink tonight are Merheed's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? Piping up mug of chai, please. A glass of your finest local spirits. Give me your spirits. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. How was your meeting with the Radiant? I would love to hear more. I know I must eat to regain my strength, but between you and me, I don't have much of an appetite. Forgive me for not waiting to make a toast. My throat is utterly parched. The threat here has been quelled, but our job's only just begun. Are you here, Estinian? There you are. Supporting the wall again. I'm overdue for a good meal. Welcome back, whatever the Radiant wanted with you, pray tell. Role quests. Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Sure, I guess.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
Yeah.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
A completely inhospitable land. Thanks.
Here's your order, friend.
Ooh, you got some lime with it too. On the rocks.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Hey, Graha, let's toast.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing.
Yeah, we saved people, but
we must find a solution that addresses
we
the
haven't fixed it.
fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
What about the core of the planet? That where they
If
found
there is an
Helen?
answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name. By the way, do you know the name Elpis?
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
What?
Elidibus.
He's inside the crystal tower, but we never shattered it.
I him in the White Aura side of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
But I'm the only one who can go to the first.
No, we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
Will Elizabeth even try talking to us? It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. I'm glad that we're going to the first.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least.
Yeah, I can't bring anybody with me.
Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can.
To the end.
I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Right. I'm good at killing things. Just leave that to me.
Terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
Right.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends and end begins.
I'm so excited to see Reen and Lena. Gaia? I hope the first isn't going through the same thing. Now then, is there anything we forgot to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Yeah, I'm good. In that case, it is time we return to our met tasks. When you arrive at the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. I will. Return to the Crystarium. Grahaji has something he wishes to give you. Take this, Echo, my spirit vessel. Okay. Empty now, of course, but it would allow you to operate the tower's lower systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elizabeth's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for the access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she will still stands watch at the center's gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Okay. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God willing, we will see each other again ere long. Alright. Hey, Lena. It's been so long. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit longer as well. We're going to stop here. As much as I don't want to stop, it is getting pretty late, as you can see here. And so I do need to get to bed. But we will continue. There's probably not well, it'll be tomorrow evening, basically. I got a lot of stuff that happens during the day on Sundays, and hopefully the afternoon is when we'll be doing the stuff with my brothers. So, either way, thanks for coming by, everyone, and it was. Hope you stay well, and that you are doing well wherever you are. Take care.